Всем добро пожаловать. Наконец-то у меня опять дошли руки до диска Elysium. Тут вроде бы совсем немного уже осталось до пройти. Так, главное вспомнить, что нужно сделать. Поговорите с мусоркой и заберите свой пистолет. Некая женщина ходит по улицам, прикидываясь сотрудницей полиции, размахивает вашим пистолетом направо и налево. Встретитесь с ней в 10 вечера возле старого рыбного рынка и получите обратно свое табельное оружие. Идите через рыбацкую деревню, пока не увидите пирс. Ти сказал, что Робби зачинщица линчевания снимает какую-то хижину на побережье. Сначала нужно перейти через шлюз, а затем идти по побережью до небольшой рыбацкой деревушки. Вы спрашивайте у местных, ее наверняка кто-нибудь видел. Руби ушла из деревни и отправилась вверх по побережью. Исследуйте побережье, чтобы найти следы. Насколько помню, я так не смог найти. Не смог найти ее следы. Определить, откуда был сделан выстрел. Если не с крыши, то откуда еще могли стрелять в повешенного? Нужно будет проверить все точки. Все вероятные точки. Нужно проверить пирс и остров. Нужно предложить фигурку Dolores Day. Dolores Day такая святая, если что. Необходимо найти орудие убийства. Найти рабочее оружие, которое стреляет пулями калибра 4,46. Вот, нужны все элементы брони. Заданий немного осталось. Так, те проверки. Это проверка с повешенным. Мне кажется, я уже прошел. Эта проверка тоже уже недоступна. Так, в общем, надо идти искать либо следы на побережье, или же нужно подождать мусорку с оружием. Можно попробовать пройтись вдоль побережья. Никаких следов не видно. Тут есть лестница. По ней не залезть.
An old door worn by
It's military. Probably something.
It may have been.
From here to the whirling, it's military. Probably something.
It may have been.
Может, тут еще какое-нибудь побережье есть, которое я забыл.
Just dead and dying, look.
Ну или, кстати, может, следы той девушки, они не подсвечиваются через тап. Их надо так найти. Глазами. Там вроде бы ничего такого не выделялось на побережье.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter, caustic. There's some tear, an empty tomb, and no.
A tragedy.
Whoever read Astra, you see traits. It's no. It's hard to.
Ничего интересного тут. Так, а как мне узнать, отсюда стреляли или нет? Тут опять же вроде ничего нельзя смотреть. Там какой-то проход.
You see, a slogan used to above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Phellon electrical. How ironic, all these dark rooms. Phellon Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Почему у меня такое чувство, будто это место мне знакомо?
Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
Может, Руби здесь?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Слушать ветер.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
Чего я вообще пытаюсь добиться?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there in the dusk hour, with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
Если она может быть и где угодно, как мы ее найдем?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
Тут вроде в местах-то никого не было. А если не получится, если мы ее не найдем?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk.
Тут и есть один бункер
You
поблизости.
can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast.
Снова слушать ветер.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Куда?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
Что происходит?
She's down there.
Сказать, я думаю, она там, под этим зданием.
Okay. Why?
Ветер мне сказал.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Рядом с надписью есть лестница, указать на нее. Может, мы сможем по ней подняться и выйти через крышу?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Не хочет лезть наверх.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails. A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Оценить
The
ситуацию.
distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
Да, в районе 180.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Что если я не буду залезать, что если я просто телепортируюсь?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Где она смотрит на тебя с каменным лицом. Да ладно, тебе, Ким, где твоя тяга к приключениям?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
Попытка, не пытка.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
Проверка эквилибристики. Одежку надо поменять. Есть ли у меня где-нибудь эквилибристика? Тут минус. Ты в очках была, да? Ну, какой шанс,
The
что я
rusty
смогу
ladder leads
телепортироваться?
to the rooftop.
83. Попробуем.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is
Сделать это.
zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Не переломать бы все ноги.
Okay, well, that's impressive, but
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
Я сделал таким. Я телепортировался.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Нужно как-то пустить Кима внутрь. Центральную опору уничтожила выстрелами. Камни падают вниз, лететь им долго. Стекло покрыто сажей и пылью, почти ничего не видно. Открытка. Древняя офисная мебель. Может, прошлого века? Потолок обрушился, практически прикрыв проход в подвал. Протиснуться можно с трудом. Но можно. Этот перевернутый стол, покрытый оранжевой плесенью, в которой что-то копошится.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Кто здесь?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Попытаться открыть дверь.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
Как ты вообще тут оказался?
After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
Служебный вход? Как заурядно.
Yes, yes. It's cool to risk your life climbing rickety ladders. Anyway, let's investigate these passages.
Я думал, тут нужно будет пройти какую-нибудь проверку, чтобы протиснуться. А, это проход назад. В ящиках старые папки для бумаг. На них серебристая плесень. Куча толстых стеклянных панелей, покрытых пылью.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
Это детали компьютера?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
Как это делалось и зачем?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
Смотри, старые кибернетические технологии.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
Значит, вот что осталось от Нирфельд.
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
Возможно, это часть проекта Фельд перемотка.
These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device here. You will be disappointed.
Пинжак, дающий внушение. Луч фонарика освещает проем в стене. Кастрюли и тарелки покрыты пылью. Покрыты пылью и затянуты паутиной. На двухъярусной кровати разбросаны древние листовки и брошюры. Революционная пропаганда. Затхлый запах и пыли. Здесь никто не спал уже много месяцев, а может и лет. Снаружи ты уже видел эту амбразуру.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Смахнуть пыль.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Это же этот, Мазов. Наверное, это убежище каких-нибудь наивных леваков.
Some radical or radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
Как давно?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
Он оглядывается по
The
сторонам.
purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Откуда все эти тайники с оружием и секретные бункеры?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Может, мне стоит сюда переехать?
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Думаешь, это может быть связано с бюстом Мазова, который мы нашли у студента?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Есть ли вероятность, что кто-то оставался здесь недавно?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Шапка революционера. С ошибкой в описании. Так, вспомни бы, как на английский язык переключиться. Тут нигде не написано. Кью. Привет, Максим. Можно на английский быстро переключиться. Следы. Следы ботинок на песке, одна подошва кажется более стерта, чем другая. Все-таки Руби где-то тут. В воздухе что-то чувствуется, какой-то неестественный гул. Туннель оброшен, придется найти другой путь. Становится шумно, слышен какой-то гул. Не убили бы меня тут.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
С когтями теперь бегаешь. Хорош.
You can almost smell.
Ну и как тебя когти? Они считаются этими кинжалами, да? Вот поэтому я и не хотел использовать какое-нибудь короткое оружие. И в первую очередь из-за летающих врагов. Сколько боссов уже убил? Лейтенант, ты ничего не чувствуешь?
No. What do you mean?
Непонятное жужжание.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful.
Он вглядывается в пространство позади арки.
And I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Ты правда ничего не чувствуешь?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Я тоже их видел. Первая подошва полностью стерта.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
О чем ты?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Мы узнали о планах Эры по захвату порта. Может, стоит рассказать об этом Джойс?
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Первого основного босса убил, да? А этого всадника ты убил? В самом начале. Мы знаем, что известно Джойс об убийстве, но, возможно, следует обсудить с ней другие темы.
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down.
Убил? Хорош.
Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
Нам все еще предстоит свидание с мусоркой и моим пистолетом.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
Намек на то, что дальше не стоит идти без пистолета.
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too. Your gun.
Мы проверили буек с документами классе. Я хочу узнать, что она скажет по поводу того, что тайник был пуст.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still.
А мне казалось, я говорил с ней об этом.
Visit her once more.
Как думаешь, насколько плохо все закончится?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Обратного пути не будет. Вернусь-ка я назад. Самонами пользуешься? Ах ты читер. Кого призываешь? Ты, кстати, случайно не пропустил девушку, которая прокачивает самонот? Да, вроде можно вообще пропустить. Не пропустил? Отлично.
The dome-shaped plastic boy.
Сюда нельзя переместиться. Так что дальше будешь с этими? С когтями бегать? Или все-таки возьмешь какое-нибудь оружие подлиннее? Рыцарь-изгнанник. За 100 маны. Кстати, потом будет слеза, которая позволит кастовать заклинания, не тратя ману. Ну, слеза для смешанного зелья. Хотя ты, может, еще не нашел. Сама по себе зелье. Так. Нужно 1,5 часа промотать. Ну да, флягу. Необычная, а ту, которую смешивать нужно. Ну, у тебя 2 типа фляг, да? Обычная и смешанная, как так она называется.
An intricate web of the pattern still.
Так, тату я уже осматривал.
A police badge on which the note is written.
Ну, потом будет слеза, которая позволит какое-то время не тратить ману. И спокойно кастовать заклинания.
It's just erase it. There it is again.
Так, проверю, все ли я тут осматривал.
The porter reel is just what you need. You hold in your hand the colorful primer.
Ким, теперь я знаю алфавит.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
Да, к тому, что если попадется еще какое-нибудь заклинание призыва, еще более дорогое, то можно будет его использовать с помощью фляги. На тех же боссах.
The worn map features the patchwork. A cockatoo is a parrot with an. This book talks about the.
Так, а где книги-то? Ну вот, пойдет книжка.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, "A primer for small kids." There's a bear.
Насколько это, наверное, навык оружия, да?
Every page has one word. There's A is for azimuth. H is for homeboy. Q is for... That's it. Every page, A. H is Q. That's it.
По 20 минут проходит.
Every page, A. H is for Q. That's it. Every page, A. H is Q. That's it. You know that. Every
Потом
page,
вроде будет еще какой-то навык.
H is for homeboy. Q is for quasar.
Тоже для оружия, связанный с уклонением.
That's it. You know.
Ну и еще эффективней,
Every page, A
чем просто отскок.
is for Q. That's it.
Но я его вроде так и не нашел. Ну, меня просто на стриме кто-то спрашивал. Нашел ли я там какой-то навык. Не помню, как он уже даже называется. Так, ну, 10 вечера. Где искать мусорку? Старый рыбный рынок нужен. Попробую переместиться отсюда на всякий.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Oh?
Все дело в захвате власти.
Is what you're
Сдам Эврара.
cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry.
Это захват власти. Расскажи и все.
A takeover?
Да, это не забастовка, вас не пускает, потому что там не о чем договариваться. Профсоюз просто захватил терминал в свои руки.
If they're taking it,
Она смотрит на разноцветные горы ящиков, которые возвышаются над Мартинезом, словно башня из кубиков, построенная ребенком.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot. Like a cancer.
Как бы она не отправила своих наемников в порт.
then we're talking about a war. Everard needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
Я мог поговорить с ним, чтобы он впустил вас.
No. It's naive of me. He sent you. This is the negotiation now. And if he does not avert his course, it will be a war negotiation, detectives.
Их цель — война. Они рассчитывают победить еще до того, как вы поймете, что
An
происходит.
insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. You can't simply trick them.
1000 контрактников, но отправят они только 20, да?
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Cronell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
Does it matter? Or has her mind been made up for quite a while now?
Сначала скажите, повлияет ли это на ваше решение? Это что?
Everything affects the decision-making process, detective.
Officer?
На лице лейтенанта можно прочесть сомнения, в его голосе нет даже гнева. Пришло время апокалипсиса, да старствуют сумерки. Я бы хотел найти какой-нибудь вариант в стиле диска.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
Отрубите голову этой змеи. Эврар сам напросился.
Like the previous leaders of the Union were assassinated. I suspect by Everard and Edgar themselves. I admit there's some poetry in the idea, and like poetry, it's also useless. There would still be Edgar. They factored it in. The Union is them, and they are Martinez.
Ну, 2 головы отрубите. Вместо полноценной войны. Так что вы планируете делать?
What will I do?
Неторопливо произносит она, оглядываясь вокруг.
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
Вы обещали рассказать когда-нибудь?
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Почему?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
8? Это вообще нормально?
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta do Mar, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counsellor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill.
Подставить руку под дождь.
So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
Этот океан.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
78 необитаемых островов. Они не многовато ли? 78 тысяч.
You've thought it a million times.
За жизнью смерть, за смертью снова жизнь, за миром серость, за серостью снова мир.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lizargique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
И это привело нас сюда.
On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
Первая птица, которую они увидели, был большой поморник.
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
Кажется, у меня с ним задалось. Или у него со мной. Я его сломал.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent. And rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
Тогда удача улыбнулась нам в последний раз.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. all in the rush of the great inter-easterly reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us, or had
А
done to
может, они
each other.
спокойно бы жили и все,
Here,
и ни с кем не воевали.
there was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Saya, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain,
Что же случилось?
revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
Что будете делать?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
А у вас есть необходимые полномочия? Хочет сдать терминал.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
Она берется мокрой от дождя рукой за конец каната и начинает развязывать узел.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
Отправляйтесь прямо сейчас?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options.
После этого
already.
диалога уплывет. Мы обычно она избегает говорить так о своих работодателях. Пусть не повезет.
Forget about that. What was that about the age of capital?
Ну, конечно, 83% не
You
сработали.
need to talk politics with this lady.
Используйте красноречие, расплывчатые формулировки и уверенность в собственной правоте, как я.
Harry, I will try keep the best interests of the Moralist International in mind during our talks.
Замечательно.
On the contrary, Detective. It's a real drag. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves.
В плане брони мне не хватает шлема. Ну и оружие нужно еще найти.
Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
Когда они начнут действовать?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm...
Разве не все мы немного безумны?
No, Detective. No one as insane as you.
Спасибо за комплимент.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
Недуг?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
У нее депрессия. Как вы с этим справляетесь?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta Domar. It's used by inter-easterly travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Прощай, адская тварь из запретных болот. Ладно, нормально попрощаюсь. Прощайте, Джойс.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Так, мусорка не тут. Может, бабульку и вторую девушку нужно допросить по поводу мусорки. Мусорка, если что, это прозвище какой-то женщины. Вторая выкупила оружие главного героя.
I hope the waves don't keep. What more do you want to know about that? Yes, let's a lullaby my mother used. Like I said, just us. This is
The place is so pornographically poor.
here.
Under carts, boats. She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. Something.
So,
No, we've tried. Before you get to the church, I don't know exactly. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk.
Старый рыбный рынок рядом с пирсом. Кому придет в голову ходить на здешний рыбный рынок?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young. Now, what catch we do? What? You're one of us real used to,
Nothing is.
and now you know everything there.
Где все-таки тут пирс? Тут дальше не пройти.
This coin-operated viewer is facing. The metal feels cold and wet. A thick. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffiti, you know, around the large. This coin-operated viewer.
Киномонетку.
Money disappear. The curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time.
Может быть, стреляли оттуда? И пуля попала в окно на втором этаже танцев?
can you tell? From this distance? I don't think it's possible.
It's not. The details are blue.
Задание не обновилось. Ну ладно. На столбике записка. Отправляйтесь в деревню на побережье. Увидимся там, офицер. Джойс. Ее уже и там нет.
Give me a moment. Ask away, police.
She mumbles.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? I ain't no...
Actually,
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Ooh.
She
Does anyone? Yes. I keep hoping a shaft. Yes. I keep... Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? Ooh.
She does have eyes that see.
Does anyone? In a... Shoot, Piggy.
Не помню, было ли что-то важное в этом чулане. Сотни крошечных лапок снуют там под решеткой. Городские крысы.
Trying to sneak up on...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in. Roger that.
Так, ладно, здесь мне что делать? Интерный рынок все-таки должен быть где-то тут, на этом острове. Дикая женщина ходит по улицам, прикидывается сотрудницей полиции, размахивая вашим пистолетом направо и налево. Встретитесь с ней в 22:00 возле старого рыбного рынка и получите обратно свое табельное оружие. Идите через рыбацкую деревню, пока не видите пирс. Вот он.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Что это за рюкзак у них с лапами? Бубнит пожилая женщина, вся обвешанная полицейским снаряжением. Завидев тебя, она тянется к мегафону.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now.
Это я из полиции.
Hands. Right now.
scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Тише, успокойтесь.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress!
Похоже, она раньше служила в полиции.
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude on her forehead.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous.
Пожалуйста, Так, ладно, я стою на месте.
Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. Officer, administer
Я на месте стою.
at our own peril. That one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was actually required. Suspect is under control. Suspect is under control.
Может, это запись? Не она сама говорит.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
Пожалуйста, назовитесь.
It's a goddamn police shitbag. Cut the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs? She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
Внушение капитанит. Офицер мусорка, это дважды ефрейтор Гарри Дюбуа. Предъявите табельное оружие для проверки. Показать удостоверение.
What?
Патрульные, вы допустили серьезное нарушение этического кодекса РГ. Она в замешательстве оглядывается по сторонам. Трехдульный револьвер подрагивает в ее руке.
That's the gun, man. That's your gun. Please get it back. In this moment of hesitation, she almost doesn't seem disturbed, but like someone suddenly waking from a deep sleep.
Патрульный, мне придется доложить о вашем неподобающем поведении. Медленно покачать головой.
Easy. Press her too hard and shit.
Too late, Lieutenant.
Все-таки слишком сильно надавил.
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trickle of blood runs down her chin.
Officer compromise. Unlawful impersonation. Pigs en route. Engage your will.
Okay.
Ким, мог бы и пораньше предупредить.
More agitated now. My bad.
Вы под препаратами, что ли?
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Наоборот, не приняла лекарства. Мы можем разрешить дело миром, пожалуйста, опустите оружие.
Officer in need of assistance. Suspect at large. Get on the ground.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Давайте поговорим.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot. Big red key. Big red key.
Не смей стрелять.
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Вы не из полиции, это мы из полиции.
Back up. Back up. Back up. Status unconfirmed.
Лейтенант дважды ефрейтор Гарри Дюбуа, 41 участок. Это мой напарник, лейтенант Кицураги из 57-го.
No. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth.
Aggravated assault. Man down. Officers in pursuit.
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised. Impersonating a police officer.
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
Стоп, если я направо. Мы правда из полиции, вот документы.
License and registration, license and registration. Come in, dispatch. Sector, Azimuth.
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Ну, попробую пройти проверку. Провернуть мою пушку.
Here's the plan.
Фу, повезло.
You jerk left, dash right, close the distance and cut her hand off. Ready? No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun, all 3 barrels, red and blue light shining through. It's not loaded.
Ким, я почти уверен, что пистолет не заряжен.
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
Оружие, которое вы держите, принадлежит мне, и я знаю, что оно не заряжено. Женщина невероятным взглядом смотрит на оружие, ее глаза внезапно краснеют от слез. Она смотрит прямо в дуло и нажимает на спусковой крючок. Совсем стряхнулась. Стоп.
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. What is this? Police guns always have bullets. What is
Надеюсь, она не сломала мой пистолет.
Did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
Поднять пистолет.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Лейтенант прячет пистолет в кобуру. Нужно решить, что с ней теперь делать.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Мне очень жаль, что для вас все так и вернулось. Осторожно прикоснуться к ее плечу.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
Как думаешь, что с ней?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when I get like this.
Почему она вообще стала такой?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness.
Кивнуть. Дегенеративное заболевание.
Could be. Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Может, просто арестуем ее?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone.
Может, ее отправить в больницу?
We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Да, думаю, это работает как раз для Тита.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. Your
Можно
father
попробовать
taken
забрать у нее фуражку.
do.
Поднять фуражку.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
Кажется, да.
The lieutenant nods.
Потрясти ее за плечо.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Никак не реагирует. Не буду забирать у нее лекарства. Оставить ее в покое. Буду с пистолетом ходить.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
Кажется, рука его узнала.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago.
Может, сейчас стоит свою форму одеть? Полный комплект.
A Villiers 9mm pistol, where Insulindian steel meets Revachol craftsmanship. With it thou wilt protect the fair people of thine homeland and keep the visitors at check.
Фуражка отдает авторитет. Есть ли у меня штаны на РГМ? Наверное, нет. Ладно, новых диалогов нет с этой фуражкой. В отель нужно вернуться. Пушистая, не хулигань. Ты уже ушел, да?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hey, was there something you...
Что у меня в заданиях? С Титом поболтать по поводу мусорки. Задание смотреть. Кстати, окопы тут еще стоят или ушли? Чуть я не обратил внимания. Им можно рассказать, что я оружие вернул. Копы уехали.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is precinct 57. How may I... Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Я успешно отыскал свой 9-миллиметровый Вилье. Сейчас он при мне, и я снова его не потеряю.
10-4, sir. Roger that. And very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
getting late, and it's
Спокойной
raining.
ночи, Ким.
Good night, officer.
The bed is comforting. The place feels almost like home now, quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
Будет ли какой-нибудь сон?
Easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until there's suddenly light.
Еще один наркоманский сон.
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
Это последний сон?
No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Спасибо, тьма. Спасибо.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Провалиться в непрерывный глубокий сон.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
Пушистый, хватит ползать туда-сюда.
Go.
Все?
Yes?
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
На старом рыбном рынке на другой стороне бухты находится пожилая женщина в кататоническом состоянии. Ей нужна помощь. Пушистик, не надо лезть ко мне на плечо. Это я и так поглажу.
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Да, она самая.
God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, pig?
У меня был мой пистолет.
You're fucking with me. Your
Не стоило ему это рассказывать, но ладно.
Your fucking gun.
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions.
Как ее зовут на самом деле?
Auntie LaPlante. We always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Марианна Люплант.
Fuck you, pig.
What? Easy, Al. Don't let him get to you. Have one for Auntie LaPlante, huh?
Don't disrespect Miss LaPlante, Copper. She's good people. We all get a little crazy sometimes.
Кем она была?
Was, like before, just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then.
Я думал, она раньше в полиции служила.
About lots of us when we were kids. Always.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then.
Как она стала такой?
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
Охрана правопорядка достойная профессия.
Respectable professions don't shoot kids, Cerdo. They don't beat confessions out of prisoners.
Easy there, Al. Sit down. We got one of our own to take care of.
Откуда у нее все это полицейское снаряжение? Кстати, где она взяла деньги, чтобы выкупить мой пистолет в ломбарде?
Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Yeah? What?
Все, пушистая халява закончилась. Мне нужна вторая рука.
Anything else you want, cop?
Так, с этим закончил. Есть ли смысл сходить наверх? Ну, можно, в принципе. Так, на всякий случай. Нужно с девушкой поболтать. Я не помню, уже спрашивал я ее про маяк или нет.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Я нашел ваш буй, в нем ничего не было.
Oh.
Did you take the documents?
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by
Похоже, я вообще плевать, что документы пропали. Возможно, их забрали людей, которые охотятся за вами.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Почему мне кажется, что вы победили?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
Но для вас все обернулось хорошо. Вы ускользнули ото всех подозрений.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
Она озирается по сторонам.
The wet wind, heavy with brine and industrial pollution from the stacks nearby, ruffles her hair.
I'm stuck in Martin.
Надо было, наверное, ее арестовать.
I've been up here for I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
За что же вас заточили?
For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
Для вас все достаточно неплохо обернулось. Вы как-то умудрились выйти из-под подозрения.
Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then? What I managed was to get him killed. I understand that.
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing.
Кажется, что-то не сходится в моей теории по поводу Руби.
I don't know what to say.
Кажется, все складывается очень удачно для вас.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
Поверь, на этом у меня все.
She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Что-то задумала.
Okay.
She nods.
Yes, miss. All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be... She slowly...
Ладно, оставлю ее тут. Одену-ка я тут броню на всякий. Это ведь броня. Перчатки. А, нет, вот. Где броня над телом? А, вот рубашка есть. Все, наверное, надел. Пистолет в руках. Не знаю, может фонарик убрать. А, ладно, так сойдет. Бетонная труба, погребенная под песком и пылью. Полярная куртка. Самообладание плюс 3 пот. Одену ее.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Тим тоже это слышит.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to.
Почему звук на нее не влияет? Она в наушниках.
Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Закрыть уши. Видимо, не надо было закрывать.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Ты арестована.
Really now? Check this out.
Я только разозлил. 5 минут здоровья. Мне птичек мало.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
Что с мной происходит?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
А ты сама не в радиусе его действия?
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Я видел твои уравнения. Это частоты Улан.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Видимо, это реально какие-то наушники. По портрету как поймешь, что это такое.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Он с огромным усилием указывает на что-то рукой.
Precisely.
Почему бы не выстрелить в прибор?
This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Как тебе удалось раздобыть этот прибор?
I built it myself.
Она кивает на свое орудие пыток.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
Она изучает свой луч смерти и пойманных в него офицеров полиции. Что еще за серость?
The pale? It's the end of the world.
Что теперь будешь делать?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself.
И что так теперь всегда будет?
It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
А на себе этот компрессор испытывал?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Это все прекрасно, но давай поговорим об убитом.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Не могла бы ты просто отключить эту штуку? У меня к тебе пара вопросов.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Мне не нужны матрасы по выгодной цене. Лейтенант хватается за голову его лицо и искажает гримаса боли. Ее взгляд внезапно смягчается. У меня тоже есть оружие.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon.
На руках у нее ничего нет.
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
Как ты узнал о нашем приближении?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Прячь пули под полом?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Она, кстати, тебя не выдал.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
Зачем прятать пулю?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Да, ты застрелила Лэри.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Я пригрозил классе арестом, и она сломалась. Рассказала мне все.
Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Тит рассказал мне. Пришлось, правда, с ним немного поработать.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Погоди, разве не ты назвала меня открывашкой? В этом не было ничего личного, я просто заставил их открыться.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
Я справляюсь, задавая вопросы. У меня есть парочка для тебя.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
У тебя есть алиби на время смерти?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
Ты отсутствовала в течение 10 минут.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Мы провели расследование. И выяснили, что 15 минут как раз хватило бы, чтобы совершить убийство.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Послушай, с первого этажа в танцах есть секретный проход на крышу.
Don't know it, but also...
Одна, нахмурившись, изучая твое лицо.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Man,
Так, может, как-то по-другому на нее можно надавить?
I hope they at least bothered to impress that.
Ходила на 15 минут.
And I'm sure they also made some funny... Can't do either without some... Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Играешь в пинбол?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only... Why?
Я видел довольно загадочные пинбольные автоматы в довольно загадочных комнатах в танцах.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
Погоди, поморщиться от боли. А какие загадки тебе нравятся?
Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye impassively, making it clear that she's not planning to comment on the matter.
А что насчет лифтов? Нравятся тебе лифты?
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Тогда или нет?
Not particularly.
Почему?
Why are you so hung up on elevators?
Я сам не знаю, почему я про лифты спрашиваю.
That's a pretty good question, actually. She clearly doesn't know anything about the secret passage.
Даже старые ветхие замысловатые.
I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
А, там же подъем был на лифте, да?
God damn it!
So you know she's not
О, плюс боевой дух. Жаль, не плюс здоровье.
But it also doesn't sound like she used that secret.
I'm listening.
Классия тебе действительно нравилась.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Скажи, тебе нравится подглядывать?
Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective.
Там есть дыра в стене. Сквозь нее просматривается номер классе. Я не стал бы осуждать, если бы ты...
If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls?
Классе похожа на девушку с одного из твоих плакатов. Видимо, она в твоем вкусе.
What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who is excited about the peephole?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Значит, ты не подглядывал за классе сквозь дыру в стене.
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Неприятный звук от этого прибора. Ну, ты хотел чего-то большего, чем просто дружбу.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
Она сказала, что ты хотела сбежать вместе с ней.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausia only said they...
А вначале отнекивалась.
Someone is lying here.
Погоди, Классе сказал, что вы просто однажды поцеловались.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
Но мне нужны подробности. Блин, минус здоровья. Одна птичка осталась.
Is that blood on the ground before you? Are your ears?
Yeah, really?
Что случилось потом?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
Классе сказал, что ты очень разозлилась, когда она начала встречаться с Лойли. Угрожала ей?
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
Несмотря ни на что, ты помогла ей инсценировать линчевание?
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead, it's your body.
Ты занимаешься наркоторговлей для профсоюза, я был в твоем грузовике.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
Ничего подобного, я сам туда забрался.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
У тебя был финансовый мотив для убийства наемника.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got
Название
lucky
банды нужно узнать.
Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Так, хотел бы я, чтобы мой пистолет был сейчас при мне. Он же и при мне сейчас. Ну, а теперь ты угрожаешь нам.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Как по-твоему, Лэри был приятным человеком?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Может, было что-то более личное, что тебе не нравилось? Его отношения с женщинами, например.
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone.
Ты считала, что профсоюз нуждается в защите?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
Почему тут нельзя спросить, не ревновала ли она к сове? Ты не сочувствуешь наемникам? Это тяжелая работа.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. I'm listening.
У тебя есть оружие?
And?
Я вижу двуствольный пистолет, а другое оружие у тебя есть?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
У нее неподходящее оружие. Она не могла убить наемника. Где ты его взяла?
The gun store.
В каком оружейном магазине?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Это не похоже на название настоящего магазина.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Я что-то не уверен. Что это за пистолет?
A Noctway 80 front loader. Two-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
Я знаю, что ты не любитель старых вещей, но ты случайно не толкаешь на сторону антикварной винтовки?
Never really got into weapons trafficking. Especially not old weapons. They break too often, and you don't want unhappy customers among gun collectors. Yeah, evidence.
Тебе нравится лазать по крышам?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Что такого отличного в ее антенне?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Это была единственная причина, по которой ты ссылалась на крышу?
The view's pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah.
Значит, ты уверена, что не стреляла в наемника с крыши?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Так, все, что ли, заканчивается?
So,
Я так и не узнал название ее банды.
fucked me over too. Never trust a musician. Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Я не могу тебе доверять.
That's your prerogative. Man, it's to get away.
She deliberately.
I got lucky being
there. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
You won't get to. Your dirty little tricks won't work with me. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. Like fuck I did. I was in all the time. I went for a leak. Look, fuck you.
She speaketh truth.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, I'm listening.
Ладно, давай вернемся назад.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Что произошло в воскресенье вечером? Изложи свою версию.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
Он не в состоянии закончить предложение.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasya comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Классия сказал, что ты сразу поняла, что что-то не так.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
Классия, наверное, специально заманила наемника в свою комнату, чтобы его смогли застрелить.
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Классия сказал, что ты пришла к ней с уже готовым планом.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Ее идея?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
You can see it. Her lips, though still white, don't seem to tremble as much anymore.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Clarcia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise. She lied to you about that, too.
Шланг, значит, изобретательно.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Да, может, это она убила Лели?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But...
Ну, стреляла, может, и не она?
Weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
Но, скорее всего, она замешана в убийстве.
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Если наемник убила не ты, то кто это сделал?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Если ты его не убивал, зачем прятаться?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
Зачем ты, какой еще агент Лапута?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Сама ты Лапута. За 5 минут здоровья, последняя птичка.
Sudden sharp pain in your head. You hear the lieutenant mumble something to him. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear it's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Это все? Откуда ты об этом знаешь?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Скажи, а как меня зовут, если ты об этом знаешь, то имя мое должна знать?
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
Она все обо мне знает.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Лапута. Я слышал про Лапута. Опасный человек, верно?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
Я прошу прощения, понимаю, что мне полагается все об этом знать. Да, я недавно потерял память. Она, кстати, должна знать об этом.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
Не верит.
I'm sure la puta madre himself will explain.
Плохо, значит, она подслушивала наши радиоприговоры. Чем ты наследила этого Мадре?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? Now I have Harry can opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Ты знаешь что-нибудь о бункере по соседству?
What bunker?
Вон тот схрон коммунаров.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Ее голос тонет в белом шуме, похожем на симптомы аневризма.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
Все плохо, да?
Very, very bad. This is the end. Bad.
Попытаться сохранить сознание?
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see enough. Cop suffers final heart attack.
Слишком много здоровья потерял. Блин, надеюсь, не придется бежать еще в аптеку за лекарствами, чтобы пройти этот диалог. Я еще не запомнил. Строчки, после которых я здоровье терял. Хотя пару вроде помню. Но за диалог вроде нельзя пройти без потери здоровья. Вообще не теряю. Сразу -1. Не закрывать уши. Все равно. За какой вариант не выбери, всегда минус здоровья.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Что со мной происходит?
The X blasted from that pale emitter.
Частота улон.
A pale signals are so precise at the up.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one.
The pale? It's the end of I built it.
And she's
That's a Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Yeah. I stuck my head in there before using. Yeah, let's not talk about.
So she thinks of you as.
If you've got. God damn it, fine.
The gun she's well. Just keep her. There's only 3.
Еще здоровье я себе уже сэкономил.
That'll be it for questions.
Как узнал о приближении?
And I've been preparing for quite. So you found my shack, huh? So nice. This could have.
That's her admitting the book.
No. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No.
Скажу, что класс я ее выдал. Не буду упоминать в этот раз угрозы. Я не буду подставлять. Прям откровенно.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Like what?
The strong moral compass.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries, plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, you think I was yeah, sure. I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. Yeah, and can't do either without some power of mind over wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. No. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. Not murder mysteries.
She looks you in the eye, impassively.
Cool. They said a ghost cop out. The fuck to not particularly. Why are you?
That's a pretty good question, actually. She clearly doesn't know anything about the secret.
I'm not really good that.
So you know she's not an antique.
Лучше бы здоровье добавили.
Not my jurisdiction, man. But it all...
Don't know it. The shot could...
She has a...
That didn't go super well.
Ну, в общем, она не убийца, это очевидно уже.
And? The gun trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeak? Sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
I knocked...
That isn't it.
Never really got into weapons. Yeah. Evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping.
Классе сказал, что ты могла следить за ней через дыру в стене.
Damn. That girl's pretty, but not that pretty. In fact, no one's pretty enough to waste time skulking about the whirling.
Значит, ты не поглядывала?
Nope. For the same reason that she's everyone's
Попробую натравить ее на классе.
She's not irreplaceable. Oh, so that's a very...
The lieutenant.
Okay, fine.
Glacier only said they.
If that's what...
Seriously, just move on.
Что было потом? Еще единичку здоровья сэкономил.
About how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my... I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
Классе сказал, что ты очень разозлилась, когда она начала встречаться с Лэли и угрожала ей.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified.
Ладно, в этот раз первую реплику выберу. Любишь девочек?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Спокойно отреагировал.
Go ahead.
Я думал, я потеряю дух или здоровье, выбрав эту реплику.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What man, it's...
She deliberately...
I got lucky being...
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, who
Так,
doesn't?
и последняя.
Oh, you probably mean Claudia.
Реплики.
Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. It's very powerful. The view's pretty bombed. Yes, I'm sure. Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I...
Those
police raid?
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She eyes you.
It's okay. We just want...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and she sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Моя дочка, тебе не показалось, что она была под кайфом?
Oh, yeah. Super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Ты сказала, что у тебя был план.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Yeah.
You can see. Classy and she lied to you about...
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep... War?
She doesn't...
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people. I saw you roll into town. Yes. You.
Through this fucking hell. And it's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois.
So all of this just means that you...
Is that a joke or a threat? Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will
Опять не поверил.
to you soon enough.
Чем ты насолила, Мадре?
You've been to my lorry. You think...
She's not going to change her mind that easily. Wait, one thing. possibly small, but she said you wrong.
Так, и последний диалог, да?
Was that you singing?
Тут я здоровье потерял, насколько я понял.
She might know something.
В этот раз сначала спрошу, был ли со мной кто-нибудь?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Карательный отряд? Кто был в этом отряде?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Да, мужика и девушка была. Что еще скажешь?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. Oh, that sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
Ничего такого не понял.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now. What
Так,
bunker?
бункер. Просто бункер. Там было?
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Уничтожить прибор. Она просто смотрит, да, как я иду к прибору.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet.
Наконец-то тишина.
It still hurts like hell, but...
Видишь фейерверки? Ты в порядке, Ким?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Блин, шансы ее перебить низкие. Что творишь?
Problem solving.
Подруга, я тебе верю, ты не убийца.
Ma'am,
Не стреляй.
put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
Надеюсь, будет шанс ее как-нибудь переубедить, даже если я проверку провалю. Ты не готов еще раз перечитывать этот диалог с самого начала.
You should know the words to say.
Блин, неудача.
So why is it not coming to you?
Почему я стою просто как идиот?
Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now.
Я был пьян, я не хотел.
No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
Я знаю, как у тебя. Меня тоже предавали женщины.
She flashes you
Шикарный
an
аргумент.
incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Это наша вина.
We are cops. Everything is our fault if we let it be.
Он оглядывается по сторонам. Я не смог ее договорить.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions.
Ким, ты тоже мог бы пытаться ее
This
переубедить?
won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Ладно. Взять себя в руки и... Что теперь?
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Ладно, не буду загружаться. Капсульный револьвер Нахтвой. У меня теперь 2 пистолета. Интересно, какой лучше? Мой табельное оружие или этот новый? Свой ставлю. Табельный. Впереди... Впереди, насколько хватает взгляда, лишь темнота. Кухонная утварь. Она готовила кашу с бананами. Никогда не ел кашу с бананами. Плюс 3 к здоровью. 3 аптечки.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out.
Заглянуть внутрь.
You see a rolled up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Ладно, давай перенесем ее.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them.
Нас здесь книги и журналы фонариком.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Просто смотри журналы.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
Записную книжку.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Ким раскомандовался.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Осмотреть обложку.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously.
Размотать шнурок.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Изучить почерк.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Пролистать.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Что за логистика?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
Информация, как сказать, о продаже наркотиков.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
Что за схема?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Если что-нибудь лично.
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis, she was going through a tough time. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Когда начала его вести?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out.
Что она написала в день смерти Лэви?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely.
Почему она мысль не закончила?
She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Есть что-нибудь про Лапута?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Сначала прочитайте запись от 9 марта.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder.
Кажется, это написано не про нас.
Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
Хотя, может, она и боялась, что мы ее застрелим. Это на меня не похоже, я не стал бы так поступать.
Maybe it's the old you, or maybe she was just paranoid.
Запись от 12 марта.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? The entry ends abruptly.
Что говорится о последней записи?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
Don't get emotional.
Я тоже думаю, что ее подставили. Она погибла зазря.
She was in plenty of trouble, even without the murder charge. Still, it's a nasty business.
Ким, я что, правда агент Лапута?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Новое задание.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can.
Тогда кто, по-твоему, убил наемника?
Classy was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
Звучит правдоподобно.
Either way, we need.
Кстати, может, она глушитель использовал? Из этого никто не слышал выстрел. В любом случае, за ней стоит присматривать. Согласен.
We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Теперь назад к классе, да? В участок надо позвонить.
The plane red.
Yes?
Мне, по идее, еще нужно проверить, не стреляли ли с пирса. Но что-то здесь вроде нет никаких точек, которые можно было посмотреть. Все самое подходящее место как раз крыша этого здания. Ну, для выстрела. Туда не пройти. Ну, тут ничего нет, да? Попробую с программисткой поболтать. Может, тут какие-нибудь новые диалоги появились?
Yes, what is it?
Так, я все еще не до конца все знаю про серость. Может, мне надо какую-то мысль изучить? Так, это изучено, да? Так помечено. Угу. Может, это мысль изучить? Австралийское чудо. Если тут что-нибудь связано с серостью. Так, чтобы забыть. Еще одну дверь забуду. Австралийское чудо. Усвоим. Временных бонусов нет. Там какие-то ботинки. Как я их раньше не заметил. Красные башмаки гангстера. Почему переместиться-то нельзя? Странно-то. И тут недоступно быстрое перемещение. Наверное, меня сейчас где-нибудь кто-нибудь встретит по пути на первый остров. Тут вроде нигде никого нет.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
Что-то новенькое.
Fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Наемники.
Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Ким, что происходит?
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think
Я бы не сказал, что ее голос лишен эмоций. Она явно злится.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement.
Сейчас его застрелят.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you...
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
Почему камера сюда переместилась? Тут никого нет. Что будем делать?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Здоровяк — это наемник, что был ворот.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
У нас мало времени-то.
The mercenary tribunal.
Стоять, полиция. Сейчас меня застрелят.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Он облизывает губы и направляет оружие на толпу, а потом, на мгновение потеряв равновесие, пятится и едва не падает. Это единственное слово, которое у тебя получается разобрать. Вижу, что вы пьяны.
Yeah. Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it.
Не делай.
Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
Кто это показательный человек? Я не знал, что у вас есть третий.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer, hoe and cloven. He doesn't talk much.
Да, он пьян в стельку.
All of you cunts inside out.
Что ты сказал?
Rip you open.
Убийца?
Gunner, the raddest, the killer.
Да, хватит меня запугивать.
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19.
Пересчитать фигурки.
21. About 50 little stick figures. All of them
50 человек убил.
plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminai, the native islanders. The 2 little white figures in the end are from when they moved to Revachol. They're recent.
Убивает почти исключительно черных.
That's right. Plenty of kids here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it. T.
Easy. Easy now.
Поговорить о повешенном.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Кто ты, Корти?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn.
Это вроде самый спокойный среди них.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a
Да, плевать на эти щелчки.
Killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by.
Картонар, знакомое имя.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Рауль Элис. Посмотреть ему в глаза. Соболезную по поводу брата, Рауль.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Выросли в одной семье. Молочные братья, я знаю.
You don't know shit. That's Corporal. Why don't you?
You lost him. Quick. He sways.
He wasn't my fucking brother. Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Родители не бросили его в странной прессе для листьев. А в странном прессе.
Laylee.
Да, когда он был еще совсем младенцем.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor. And now
Зря я об этом рассказал.
job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him.
Хотя, может, и не зря.
Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
У него были голубые глаза, так ведь, у твоего брата?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
Его лицо растягивает странная улыбка.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Слушай, твой Лэли, все говорят о нем хорошее. Язык у него был подвешен. Никто вроде ничего хорошего о нем не говорил.
What do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kit ass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Твой брат не заслужил такой смерти. Я найду его убийцу.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting him. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Послушай, они этого не делали.
Yeah? Who did that?
Это был я. Не лучший вариант. Мне нужно время.
Time. You.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
Это был кто-то другой. Кто-то, кого здесь сейчас нет.
Now fucking confused.
Не буду пока на классе указывать. Его застрелили с большого расстояния. Это работа снайпера.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here? How about the kid? Tell me. It's a magic fucking sniper.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Думаю, почему он мне не верит?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Послушай, его застрелили, не повесили. Послушай.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Повешение — это просто прикрытие. Послушай. Он делает крючок, из дул вылетает облако дыма.
The shot rings in your ears, a low tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
Он в кого-то попал?
The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to what topic? Shots have been fired. Act
Так, я не
before
смог
it's
его
too late. This was
переубедить.
a close call.
Вы же пьяные, посмотрите на себя.
Yes. So what?
Ты не судишь трезво и пожалеешь о содеянном.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here!
Да заткнись ты.
Fucking...
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Представительница Уайлд Пайнс этого не одобряет.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Когда Джейс об этом узнает, она разозлится.
Fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck 'em.
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Мутный, стой спокойно.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll
Он
shoot
бежал.
you myself. We're doing this together.
Хоть немного шанс повысил. Где Классия? Она бы все объяснила.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
Сбежала.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Герт, какого черта ты там делаешь?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
В каком смысле уехал?
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Придумать повод.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Crano would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Третий вариант выберу. Раньше вы назывались Даунвелл. Что произошло?
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant night raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time. Burned villages. Shit that sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenell for much longer. Not after this shit.
Okay, it's not much. But he's thinking about something else. And his hand is off the gun. This
Шанс 72%. Жить перейдется нельзя. Просто стоять, думаю, не вариант. Блин, не хочется в него и стрелять. Может, лучше просто стоять? Ну, вдруг удастся его еще как-то успокоить. Если я второй вариант выберу. Вот если попытаюсь выстрелить, то он точно начнет стрелять в ответ. Фиг знает, к чему приведет эта реплика. Тут просто начнет стрелять по людям, или диалог продолжится. Ладно, выстрелил.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Посмотри сквозь поднимающийся из ствола дым.
The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible.
Прямо в голову попал.
His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Мне вообще пуль хватит, чтобы их застрелить. Так, шансов почти нет вернуться от выстрела. Думай.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it. His eyes in the slit of the helmet. Like a cat. 0.6 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the thick barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. Time is running out.
Где Ким?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifle...
Ничего, довольно сложная проверка. Почему скорость реакции тройка была же четверка?
A low shot rings. You feel a tap
Неудача.
like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the
Что ж ты броню одел?
from plate to plate.
Причем я почему-то получил прибавку к здоровью, а не потерял единичку. Это как-то странно.
You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns.
Одна клетка болит, но я почему-то здоровье получил.
Slowly seeping into your lungs.
God, please.
Ровным, не дрогнувшим голосом шепчет лейтенант. Смерть на бледным лицом он выцеливает врага.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
В щель пытается прицелиться.
2 shots ring at
Надеюсь, попадет.
one from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the balls. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
В нее, наверное, попало, да? Ким тоже, похоже, попал. Кто кричал?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood
Глен.
behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic.
Этот черт еще жив?
Gushing from his face, the man
Проверка
raises
20, офигеть.
at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Посмотреть ему в глаза.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. Here it comes. Death.
Пусть стреляет в броню. То еще промажет и в какой-нибудь другой попадет. Так, он меня застрелил, да?
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes.
Видимо, в углу попал.
Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your
Попробуйте
lungs.
открыть глаза.
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them.
You're bleeding out.
Из темноты появляется силуэт, который склоняется над тобой. В знакомом голосе звучит волнение и страх. Живи быстро, умри старым.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
Лейтенант изо всех сил зажимает твою рану ладонями. Не отключайся, смотри на меня.
You can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant.
Плохо, что я так не нашел шлем.
Cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. With a slender white shadow towering, someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it.
Нет,
He is
Ким.
pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Проводится в черную тьму.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Я хочу вернуться в бой.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Oh, and rotting. And
Короче, ладно, тут чушь не буду это читать. Внимательно. Ну и ждать, пока озвучка пройдет.
Good morning, Elysium.
hours turn to days. So
The engine of a caprice can...
no, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see?
Все,
He never stopped.
ГГ.
You see the lieutenant's familiar
Oh, я
shape
жив.
in the orange jacket. It
Я думал,
turns
что уже
double,
все.
then triple from the pain.
Ты видишь знакомый силуэт рыжей куртки Кима. От боли она двоится, а потом троится. Я жив?
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Номер. Тут чисто.
Mr. Guard cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Я даже прибрался в моей комнате. Сколько я пролежал?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Ким, ты что, снял самую куртку?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Что там сказал про утро?
Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
У меня на пистолете такая гравировка.
It served you well.
И что? Пришла война?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Отлично.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
Что произошло?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Не надо было, наверное, стрелять. Он мертв?
Yes. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
Glenn погиб.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Ангус и Теан не выжили. Кто их застрелил? Так, если я в этого главаря попал, он мужика в шлеме убил, потом девушку добил. Как так случилось, что еще Ангус и Тео умерли?
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened. This is the one.
То есть все трое наемников, они мертвы?
DePaul was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Почему?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
Наверное, это заслуга Джойс.
Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
Сколько всего жертв со стороны профсоюза?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot.
Я так и не понял, как
And Theo
Тео и
was
Ангус
just
умерли.
too old for combat. All.
Катастрофа.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
Я сильно ранен.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire.
Я смогу ходить?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Я психолокомотор.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Из моего участка кто-нибудь заходил проведать?
No.
А вот и гады. Никто меня не навестил. И вообще плевать на меня, да?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Странно, ты же никого не видел?
I'm sure they are worried about you.
Но я не уверен в этом. Кто же за мной ухаживал, если не сотрудники участка?
I did.
Ким? Спасибо.
No need.
Ты ранен?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did. Easy now.
Вроде твердо стою на ногах. Лейтенант снова начинает дуиться, все заливает рыжей болью.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
Да, вроде нормально стою. Шикарно, отожжем.
He nods.
Что теперь?
I honestly don't know.
Ну и ладушки, главное, что я совершенно точно знаю.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Everard. The harbor's in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp.
Нужно как-то попасть на остров.
Thanks to our meddling.
Думаешь, плохо вышло?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Так кто же убийца, Ким? Кто убил
I
Приешного?
don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Это потому что я шестерка Лапута?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in...
That does make some sense.
Сраные ландыши.
What?
Они были на крыше. Я их не поймал. Растяп.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
Нет, Ким, в этом городе действительно весь мусор связан с нашим делом.
Okay.
Что насчет дыры в стене?
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Проклятые следы.
Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
По-прежнему есть 28% вероятность, что стреляли
We
из
should
виду.
go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Древняя пуля. Насколько сложно найти такое ружье?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find
А
one.
как же все эти старые бункеры, схроны с оружием, эпохи
We
революции?
could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
Чудо еще не свершилось, еще не конец.
He does not know what to reply. It's morning outside. You think.
Знаешь, что я думаю о раскрытии преступлений?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Скажу, что просто сложно.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Ты еще не готов сдаться?
No. Are you ready to limp?
Я готов.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the
Нужно заглянуть в классе.
torch.
Why not?
Взял и намусорил в моей комнате.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Новости стекло сияет в лучах утреннего света. С улицы доносится шум машин. Мир живет своей жизнью. Белая эмаль сияет чистотой, бутылок внутри нет. Дверь открыта, может зайти на номер Кима. Проигрыватель стерео 8. Вновь выбрал свою правую колонку.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean.
Будильник заведен на 6:50.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
На секунду мне показалось, что я умер.
Back there on the plaza, I think you very nearly had a heart attack. Alcoholism has damaged you more than bullets have. We should go. I am sure neither.
В шкафчике лежат медикаменты и медицинские инструменты. Меркурохром, скальпель, еще что-то там было. Почему дверь не открывается? Ох, нога болит. Возможно, если не бегать, будет не так больно. Я хочу бегать. Похоже, она оставила что-то на столе. Записка.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note, a few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Какой-то подарок? Лейтенант подозрительно поворачивается к лестнице, высматривая в тенях наверху следы чужого присутствия. Что это может быть за подарок?
Yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Кажется, она отбывала в спешке.
It's hardly surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting. The medicine cabinet is a pity.
Все лекарства забрал. Немного надеялся, что подарок будет тут. Она и правда все вычистила. Красная нитка нейлоновая ведет из номера на крышу. Траекторию пули пометил с помощью нитки.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez.
Куда ведет нить?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Она пытается сообщить нам, что стреляли с того острова.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
На островке есть руины, затопленный морской форт. Я видел его в платный бинокль.
I remember.
Откуда она знает, как это делается?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Она, наверное, сама наемница. А таким образом просит прощения.
I find that hard to believe, but at this point, what difference does it make? So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Кажется, ты не испытываешь особого энтузиазма.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
Я тоже пока без понятия, как попасть на остров.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Может, стоит отправиться на остров? В открытое окно задувает ветер, Лино вздыхает, глядя в холодную даль за водой.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there? There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Что еще там есть?
Not a lot, no.
Я понял, что там стоит какое-то зенитное орудие. Или то, что от него осталось, на острове. Я видел в платном бинокле.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Ким, давай уже отправимся на этот остров.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island.
Он на мгновение умолкает, чтобы собраться с мыслями, а потом
How do we
добавляет.
get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Elysium, рыбачка. Она как раз смолила лодку.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Может, тут еще что-нибудь новое появилось. Нитка привязана к антенне.
You clearly
Jackpot.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Здорово, спасибо. Намного лучше.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from
Может, мне
gunfire.
теперь из-за номера надо платить?
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by. In the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just
Как резко изменилось его мнение о копах. Куда все подевались?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Что случилось с мужчиной в очках?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Ладно, не могу не сказать. Ты тоже присутствовал во время трибунала. Стоял на балконе.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Просто кивну.
He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three. The lieutenant is not.
Лейтенант присоединился к нам.
Hands crossed.
No problem. They'll come back. Another thing. Great. Yes.
Так, мои коллеги ушли отсюда.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
Он протягивает руку.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Не благодари. Это моя работа.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper.
Сожалею о ваших потерях.
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. When
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Что смутно?
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit, and I never trusted him.
Забежал первый вернуться.
Now, real fast.
Они были хорошими людьми. Мне жаль, что так вышло.
Well, yeah. Memento mori.
Memento mori, or remember that you must die, is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around since the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity of earthly life and the transient nature of all earthly pursuits. In essence,
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
Что будете делать с парнями?
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
the tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper.
Это никого не вернет.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then, I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable.
Не знаешь, что спросил?
Don't know.
Ну, просто уехал.
All that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Тит, мы многое пережили вместе, скажи мне правду. А тебе правда нравилось, верно же?
Nope.
Не кивается. Лады.
And takes another sip of whiskey. His clenched jaw says otherwise.
Нет мысли, что мне теперь делать?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a...
Yeah, go pay Monica visiting Janro. She's got a knack for making
Что за Моника?
about their worries.
Где живет?
Biggest bird of
Дай номерок.
all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
You're welcome, Bina Claude.
Пока, парни.
All right in my book. Take care, coppers.
Copo Loco. And
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacant.
Уйду на пенсию, смогу присоединиться к этим бандитам. Что за надпись?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Синди постаралась. Похоже, что Синди Череп наконец-то нашла слова для своего шедевра.
Lieutenant crouches, touching
Что написано?
fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Я чувствую запах мазута.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Что-то вы задумали, пальцы.
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there.
Можно поджечь.
Just to see what
Граффити.
happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Может проверить нельзя. Опасности пожара. У меня нет сигареты. С собой.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Участок 57 на нас напали, повторяю, на нас лейтенантом напали.
Something is wrong. Only static, no reply.
Алло?
Only
Нет
a
ответа.
mindless drone.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming out our
Просто заглушить
communications
связь.
to protect themselves from Crenel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. No more danger. I don't like it either, but that's... You can try calling...
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds... In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer.
Я слышал, некоторые считают, что я был шестеркой Лапута. Как по-твоему, я продажный?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Ходили слухи. Слухи, что это вообще значит? Они считают меня продажным или
I
нет?
only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are.
Нет, не знаю, какие там полицейские. Я ж
But then
память
again,
потерял.
others truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Ten four, sir. Roger that. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? It will take...
Her voice...
Gottlieb, what is it
В
now?
меня стреляли?
Ah, it's you. Walking, talking, though.
Да, но...
Wait, any other complaints?
Какой хороший доктор.
Mm-hmm.
Вообще плевать ему на мое ранение.
Sylvie Malaika. Yes. Oh, great.
You hear the...
Anything else I can...
Ладно,
In
ставлю.
the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. As you tap on...
No, no.
My man, you're alive.
Он жив, только хромая.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Осталось проверить пару вещей.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
Во время своего расследования я встретил вроде даму, ее зовут Рубин.
Okay.
Is it wise to share
Кстати, а
information?
почему я не доложил насчет тела Руби? Наверное, Ким это сделал.
Telling him is a really bad idea. The lieutenant throws... What are you doing?
Совру ему, она ускользнула.
Oof. Good on her. And good on you. And she didn't do it, believe me. If it's something...
All right.
Где тут шпана? Может, теперь он будет ко мне лучше относиться после перестрелки?
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool. People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno.
Feels good for...
Вот же говнюк. Хоть дух восстановил.
Yeah, whatever the fuck about your test. Get lost. The fuck good call? Watch out, pig. Who knows?
Следить он за мной будет, а? Приятно, что со всеми появились новые диалоги после перестрелки.
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought.
Кстати, наемники, наверное, убили его
All about that
друга.
kind of pain. I've had hip
До
trouble
этого.
for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down and...
Wow! A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised. Cool! That's cool! Me?
This man probably come.
Very,
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era.
very cool! If you say so.
Даже не знаю, сходить к художнице или забить. Ну и на, и на сигареты. Сделка здесь сохранение. Ладно, сразу пойду на остров.
Officer, what happened?
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Ты злишься? Почему?
Look at you can barely walk.
Это пустяк.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Ты еще остальных не видел. Двое мертвы, один в больнице.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
Я не убийца, я коп.
Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes. Of course. Can I help
Нам
you
нужно
with
добраться
something?
до острова.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tide just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
А что на том острове? В бинокле видел кое-какие развалины.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always...
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Ты сказал, что сама там не была, а кто бывал?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking
Может, твой муж на
buddies.
самом деле жив и живет на том острове? Это он застрелил наемника.
People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Какие дети?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking.
С детишками нас сейчас
If you can
поболтать,
get
да?
anything useful out of them, I seldom do.
Можем одолжить твою лодку?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Слушать и кивать.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes.
Пара солнечных
She
дней.
smiles
Я только что подцепил бактериальную инфекцию. Ладно, это не буду говорить. Есть советы, как лучше подобраться к острову?
Well, Most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
С юга надо будет подходить.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you?
Our tenant, the policeman. Even I. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you. I'm not sure.
Then we'll be. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other.
Ладно, детишки, вы были на том острове? Энтузиасты игры с камнями указывают на залив. Да... Да, на этом. Мне нужно знать, что там находится.
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Они пули в костер кидали. А, гильзы.
Bullet shells.
Пустые пули.
There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Ты имеешь в виду гильзы?
I don't know what these are.
Что потом?
They're nice. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Значит, там кто-то живет.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut
На
off.
острове кто-нибудь живет?
No.
Отвечает мальчишка, неистово мотая головой.
Yes.
Так нет или да? Его брат смотрит сначала на него, потом на тебя.
Let's go with yes.
Почему он пожарник?
Because
Потому что потушил огонь.
he asks to put the fire out.
Почему он просил потушить вас огонь?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Ты говорил что-то про свет.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Может, еще что-нибудь расскажешь? О нем. Возраст. Он живет на острове.
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else?
В общем, он частенько туда приезжает.
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled. We shouldn't be there.
Его толком не видели. Просто убежали от него. Ваш отец тоже бывал на этом острове, да?
Father killed himself. Don't say that. He didn't.
Ваш отец не убивал
I
себя.
don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with it.
The two things are unconnected.
Это все, что вы можете рассказать? Может, знаете еще что-нибудь об этом острове?
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Пробую еще поболтать с их матерью.
Be careful out there.
Новых диалогов нет.
A skiff. Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all? Remember
Да,
what
поплыли уже.
I said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Бери на себя управление, кем я буду держать магнитофон.
What?
Что, как еще нам врубить грусть FM по дороге на остров?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs.
Сесть в велик и отправиться на остров. Может, как раз на острове найду шлем.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Как медленно мы плывем.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Eternally. Disco
Наконец-то мы доплыли.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Выбраться из лодки. Импровизированный мост. Бомбежка была достаточно сильной, чтобы разрушить фундамент. Броню, наверное, не буду снимать на этом острове. Фиг знает, кто тут будет. Ржавая цепь тянется куда-то в океан.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Она тянется до склада на краю земли.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
Для чего, по-твоему, это использовали?
For bringing
Может, чтобы
munitions to the island,
открыть
maybe?
бункер?
And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side.
Кому пригодить?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This...
Я так понимаю, бензин, да? В воде. Эти шины просто разваливаются на куски, им лет 50, не меньше. Дальше не пройти. Осторожно, огнеопасно. В воздухе стойкий запах мазута. Из бочки вытекло немного топлива. Черная, вязкая.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Что за шорох?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Под этим шорохом
On the islet, there is almost no wind. Just like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
Впереди.
A low hum. The air slowly moves
На
the
востоке.
faraway roar of the city, distant like
На
a silent
западе.
hiss. See air moving through the needles of a pipe.
Еще дальше на север.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there.
Что за тишиной? Колда Мамадеко. Есть одноименная мысль, но я так и не обдумал. Тим.
Yes?
На этом острове очень тихо.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods.
Ты узнаешь эту березку? Ты видел ее в платный бинокль? Здесь не подняться, лестница сломана. Когда-то здесь располагалось орудие. Здесь были установлены две пушки средней дальности, большого калибра. Осторожно, лестница. Лестница обрушилась. Как-то в обход можно туда пройти.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Им недавно пользовались. Куда ведут кабели?
Downstairs, somewhere.
Что за генератор?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
The lieutenant pauses. Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration. He gives you a sideways look.
Long and cold.
Постучать по боку?
A hollow ring. The canister is empty.
Наверное, его нужно будет заправить.
And down into the ammo lift.
Что это значит? Генератор здесь?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
Не имею в виду, зачем он тут?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Книги в основном фантастика и исторические романы. Тарелки, испачканные соусом и сажей, кухня выживальщика. На сломанном дальномере расставлены свечи. Побитое молью одеяло защищает от ветра.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Посмотри, что за книги.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, has among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a
В общем, художественная литература. Концептуализация нужна.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique. Not that you can tell.
Неудача.
This is a digest of
Совсем ничего необычного.
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. The print in some of these is...
Еще раз попробую сейчас.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique. Still nothing.
72% не сработали. Хоть с третьего раза пройду проверку.
Fantastique. And oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Uzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Тим, смотри, великая теория коммунизма, правдивая и суровая.
Uzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Кажется, у студента из многоквартирного дома тоже такие были.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Книги из критической теории. Как думаешь, о чем это говорит?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education.
Interesting.
Штаны? Не, шарф. Эмпатия. Координация. Футболка. Броню надо вернуть на всякий.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a...
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Когда?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Не собирайся тут спать. Сейчас не время отдыхать.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Какой Ким заботливый. Магний. Еще магний. Лучше бы здоровье дали. Это огромная взрывозащитная дверь висит. Весит должно быть тонна, наверное. Или что-нибудь в этом духе должно быть написано дальше. Я не успел дочитать.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one.
Взрывозащитная дверь.
Steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's
Что
very
за ней?
small.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Как ее открыть?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Ты прав. Откроем больше. Ты видишь где-нибудь элементы управления?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
This old cylindrical generator.
Так, куда вы побежали? Тут понизу можно пройти. Люк заклинило.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Пробежать пальцем по клавиатуре.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
Что это такое?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Может, она открывает защитную дверь?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here.
This device was used to
Генератор
control
нас
the
сейчас
electronics
запрет,
in the
нет?
room. It could open doors.
Повернуть аварийное открывание.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was. We should look around outside. There are
The boat engine.
Если ничего не найдем, можно вернуться на большую землю и следить немного с...
My kinema. I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The console stands by, mutely.
Нажать свет.
Nothing happens.
Регулятор радио.
The dial slides under the glass, silently. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Felled Insula. An idea lights up in your head.
Может, у нас получится связаться с Сонной? Той программисткой, и она сможет удаленно открыть дверь?
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work.
Ты уверен?
No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control.
Наверное, попробую с ней связаться. Если будет возможность. Где-то внизу далеко-далеко шумит вода. Амбразура. Заглянуть внутрь не получается. Ну и так я видел, что внутри. Такой крупный кусок откололся. Должно быть прямое попадание. Издалека доносятся гудки грузовых судов. Сигналы эхом отражаются от воды. Тростник странно колышется. Нет, показалось. Может, здесь этот мифический зверь прячется в траве. Так, визуальный анализ. Еще бы внимание повысить. У меня было что-то со вниманием. А, вот восприятие есть. Ничего нового не появилось. Ну ладно. Идет трещит у тебя под ногами, осторожно. Не проводись под воду. Лебедка сломана, ржавчина разъела остатки цепи.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all. And in the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall islets and posts. Perhaps we're in front.
Впрочем, мне уже надоело читать все эти мысли.
Yes. Yes. No. We're not stuck.
Можно заглянуть внутрь крепости. Отсюда видно панель управления и взрывозащитную дверь. Ты выглядываешься Ты вздрагиваешь от сильной боли в паху и идешь дальше. Почему именно здесь у меня заболел пах? Если спрыгнуть, наверняка все кости переломаешь. На побережье уже давно нет того склада, с которого прибывает эта цепь. Канистра с топливом. Полтинник стоит. По крайней мере, целый. Потертая артиллерийская карта с координатами в заливе Рибашоля. Старый аптечный шкафчик, недавно пополненный дорамином. Тоже матрас.
Only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
На, смотри, матрас.
A single person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
Позиция снайпера.
And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Вытащить окурок.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Rivisholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and
Тio Moteri. Прямо как наша находка на краю земли, помнишь? Я не помню.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Осмотри стену.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Потрогать.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning.
Посмотри сквозь.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Слева.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain.
Справа.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10.
На в центре отель, да?
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop.
Вот он.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Да, в просвет между домом 33А и домом 10 видно крышу.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this.
Ким, я бы смог отсюда попасть.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Наконец-то.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
7 человек погибли. Мы могли это предотвратить.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk. We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Может ли стрелок все еще быть здесь?
Where?
На этом острове.
He does not answer, just nods.
We should move now.
Может, он за нами следит? Так, ну шлема тут так и не видно, да? Нигде.
This old cylindrical
Залить топливо.
the lieutenant assists you. Holding the canister, there's a red starter switch on the side. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old...
That should do it.
A dim golden glow and
It's on. Turn emergency off.
Automatic boot.
Да, я хочу по радио связаться.
The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent. Despite the power, an idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. No, I'm not. But it would not be very
Ну
modest.
ладно, открой дверь.
The glass door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Массивная дверь.
After you.
На что, если нам снова придется сражаться?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
У меня тоже есть.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Указать на дверь.
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke right.
Ладно, пойдем. Резиновая лодка. Сдута порвана. Повсюду видны небольшие белые цветочки. Там кто-то сидит. Да, где же шлем? Если он не на этом острове, то я вообще без понятия, где его искать. Я вроде бы уже все везде смотрел. Может, внимания не хватило? Или восприятия, чтобы его заметить где-нибудь? Ну ладно.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
Это ты, пожарник?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Не ты недавно сказал двум ребятишкам погасить костер? Двум близнецам.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position?
Все еще считаешь, что он на фронте? Ну что, идет война? Похоже на какое-то убежище.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk.
Глаз у тебя по-прежнему острый.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Ты закрыл дверь.
I did. And you opened it. How?
Залил топливо.
I should have burned that console down.
Как ты узнал о моем приближении?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Ты этого не говорил.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
Это грусть FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating.
Ну, отлично, у тебя пушка.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Это Бальмаграф?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Калибр подходящий.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Кому на Sinyao?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Твое оружие верно служило, а мое верно служит мне. Показать пистолет?
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear?
Мужик, успокойся, не буду я все стрелять.
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Еще один брелок в залу. Вот и весь ответ. Для полиции оружие можете оставить, только держите его опущенным, никаких фокусов. Лейтенант направляет пистолет ему в лоб и произносит. Еще таким напрягся.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
Что сказал?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
Настоящее.
The present to be afraid and cold.
Старик опускает капюшон своего непромокаемого плаща и смотрит в небо. Оно того же голубовато серого цвета, что и море. Эти слова будущий учит быть одиноким.
Real music. Real projet cult. That's la Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat.
You need to address that remark.
Я не мизантроп, я полумертвый офицер полиции. Просто выполняю свою работу. Не буду спрашивать, что такое. Понятно. Поднять оружие.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. The rifle's in a shabby
Из ленты можно все починить.
a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the form, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46 millimeter.
Все верно, это триангонг, сделано в Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle.
It doesn't matter if it was made.
Не думаю, что он стрелял.
All it has to do is use jacketed.
Винтовка под гильзовые патроны калибра 4,46.
The right type and the right calibre.
Убрать винтовку.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Кто ты?
My name is Joseph Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my turn.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your hold-up?
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08.
Сколько лет он уже тут живет?
I left my unit on the eve of the landing.
51 minus 8
43 года?
43.
Ты живешь на этом острове 43 года?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was...
То есть еще раз ты скрывался целых 43 года?
43 years and 10 months.
По сути 44 года. Безумие.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Ты не мог сдаться.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during...
Hiding. Fish.
With the afternoon.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Кого он тут ждет?
Girl child. Revolution.
Девчушка революции. Я пришел оттуда указать на сторону большой земли. Уверяю тебя, народ ничего подобного не планирует.
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed.
Ты сказал, что оставил свое подразделение.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of...
Понятно.
Well done. I won't
Что за остров?
It's not an island. What?
Что за место?
It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last.
Для чего использовали это укрепление?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it.
Еще на историю ему не плевать.
You're one of them. Tell me.
Я не один из них.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million?
Убийца, понимаю, о чем ты.
You don't know. You haven't seen it.
Иблис?
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
И как тебе удавалось выживать все это время?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
Воровал? Что же крал?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a...
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
Рак.
The RCM can provide medical services.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns.
У нас есть дурамин и другие опиоидные анальгетики. У тебя наверняка больно.
I have been running out of that stuff.
Нельзя им их предложить. Ситуация серьезная, тебе нужен уход.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in.
Как же ты справлялся психологически?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. I don't even know what. Inferno?
У меня тоже провалы в памяти.
No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. It's disgusting.
Как ты скрывался все эти годы?
I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped. And others too. Some cordons of
перемещался между островами земли.
at night. I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too.
Под
They
землей?
started
В
snitching.
канализации, что ли?
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't
Может,
even
он
have
подскажет, как
time.
открыть бункер?
They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could
Тайник
walk
с оружием
straight
под
into the town if I
Гислен.
wanted.
22В. В подвале там был?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belma Graves.
Так и было.
Useless now.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map.
Почему тебе просто не пойти туда?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs.
По зданию Фельта есть небольшой бункер. Ты там останавливался?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves.
Убили себя?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them.
Еще один вопрос. Ты куришь сигареты Мутери?
I do.
Когда-нибудь курил их на большой земле?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of...
The
Подвести
old
итоги.
man looks across the water at the city.
Ты сказал, что твоя бессрочная капитуляция?
Deal with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Мы просто пытаемся помочь людям.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can't know.
A spray of blood from his mouth. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Понятно.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows,
Как ты стал...
speed racing and sport.
Так ты солдат армии коммунистов?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an
Но ты говорил, что прошел
ideological
подготовку и тебя отправили в
officer.
отряд.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar.
Чем занимается политкомиссар?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his...
His job was to assure the army answers to civilians.
Scientific communism.
Получается, что ты подготовленный коммунист, так?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Я моралист. Не интересуюсь политикой. Пусть будет так. Не буду и подакивать ему и злить его.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there.
У
Neurological.
меня к тебе один серьезный вопрос.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Для чего ты использовал эту винтовку?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? I've used it to kill.
Interesting. During or after?
There is no after the war.
Для него все еще идет война.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Go in straight. No no. Be careful now. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Так, второй или третий вариант. Я знаю, что тебе хочется мне все рассказать Ты убил кого-нибудь из этой винтовки в последние пару недель?
I don't want to tell you anything.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me.
Второй вариант.
Wrong all the time.
Ты использовал это оружие для убийства полковника сотрудника охранного агентства Кеннель?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Парень из фашистского отряда смерти, который съел пулю в ночь на 4 марта.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol.
Не кулец.
I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Мы провели баллистическую экспертизу. Указать на вышку. Выстрел был произведен с этого острова.
Saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascists. Did you?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Где прицел?
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is.
Ну, у него, наверное, не было прицела.
It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
Признаешь, что убил его?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Мне не требуется тебе сотрудничество, у меня есть вот это. Показать винтовку.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns.
Damn, he saw you. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Мы многие спасли их лидера Тита, мы разобрались в ситуации.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip right into... None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
Не соскакивай с темы, у нас есть в руках орудие убийства.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Думаешь, мы обнаружили орудие убийства?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it.
Объявляю, мы обнаружили орудие убийства. Зенан достает блокнот и чертит прямую линию.
Good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Прицел нужно найти.
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
Что же я забыл?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony.
Она, наверное, ему нравилась. Он ландыши принес на ее балкон, и он следил за ней через стену.
And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Ну, конечно, спасибо, голова.
Remember, the boot prints were like no models.
Ландыши за окном убитого. Я видел их здесь.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here.
Нигде во всем Мартинзе их нет, только здесь.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little...
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Молодая женщина Классия. Говорит тебе о чем-то это имя. Такие цветы я нашел у нее под окном.
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Да, Классия, именно ее ты не слышал, так?
My ears don't reach the city.
Ты ее знаешь, так ведь? Она состояла в интимных отношениях с жертвой, с наемником.
With the victim.
Она отворачивается от белоснежного цветочного поля и замолкает. Мышцы его челюсти сводит судорогой.
There is a small tremble. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
Интересно, какой марки у тебя обувь?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
Старик вытягивает ногу, подошву старых заношенных кроссовок покрывает черно-белый спиралевидный узор.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do
Значит, не он там был, да?
the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Погоди, все может быть гораздо проще.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Ты мог переобуться. Это вовсе не означает, что ты не обшаривал окрестности рядом с номером, в котором погибла женщина.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering. Look, the old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the...
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Он был насильником игры, что он не заслужил того, что получил.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, Maybe I should have killed
Я
one.
все еще не уверен, что убийца он.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Значит, ты его застрелил?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
Ты практически видишь, как он выжимает из себя слезу. Его стиснутые кулаки начинают трястись от злости.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Кивнуть?
I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
А потом?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man, not...
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Почему ты наблюдал за ними той ночью?
I'm always looking.
Он склоняет голову на бок и переводит взгляд на город. По левой стороне его тела снова пробегает дрожь, но этот раз слабее.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Ты жмешь на спусковой крючок?
Yes. Think
Тогда
of it
было
as a
больше убитых.
form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Видел еще что-нибудь, что тебе не понравилось?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar pat 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 of hatred.
Поподробнее.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean, and because of the racists, everyone is a racist in Martinez.
Несколько расистов там точно есть.
Do in the whole world, listening to race-themed pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that.
Господина
It's all
Клэра.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square. To spit
Дайте ему закончить, не перебивая.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Так, кивну.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now, a gun-toting porcelain menard. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Понесло мужика.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
Ты говорил что-то о статуе.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine.
That is technically possible, although Philippe...
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 20... What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Потому что циничные хлыщи рекламщики возвели разрушенную версию.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working class. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity.
Ты сказал, что профсоюз социал-демократическая организация, а господин Клэр социал-демократический клон.
Another hideous disappointment.
Disappointment.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe it. That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political
Кто-то управляет Эвраром.
His twin, Edgar Clare.
Эдгар главный.
That one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He
Говорил с Эдгаром.
first against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Ты с ними связался?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man. I was right about one of those things.
Когда это было?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
О чем говорили?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh,
И он позволил тебе остаться тут?
let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful...
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Дрозд убил наемника компании Кранель по указке Клэр, чтобы спровоцировать беспорядки.
I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Диско-шлюхи? Только не может выдавить он. Даже это маленькое слово он протолкнул сквозь зубы с огромным усилием. Ненависть в нем так и клокочет. Под петухом в форме ты имеешь в виду Рене?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Royalist ghouls. I remember that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, not yet. I like to look at him.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him.
hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Рассказать о том, что он умер или нет? Дрянный мертв. Да.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck him.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
Ты переживал за него?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for...
У тебя было множество шансов убить его.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now?
Мне жаль.
Fuck you.
В порядке? Можешь продолжить?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange
Красная
is
проверка.
keeping him together.
Логика нужна.
Glad we talked about what?
Что именно тебе не понравилось из увиденного ночью убийства?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
Переревновал?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, and I wanted to see his head explode. That too. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Сколько же тут воды? В диалоге с ним. Одно и то же повторяет.
And now he longs to see her covered in, to punish her.
Как долго наблюдал за ней?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Phell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then.
Past the Phell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Шла к этому, к бую.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her.
Что она, по-твоему, там спрятала?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth.
Ну, она рассказала нам про тайник в буе. В буйке. Ты его осмотрел?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submarine?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before.
Кстати,
Would he
да.
not have seen it on the documents?
Он же должен был увидеть ее имя в документах. Ты уверен? Мы проверяли ценник, внутри ничего не было.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
В паспорте было написано, как ее зовут, но когда я назвал имя Классия, ты, кажется, его не узнал.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Какое имя было в паспорте?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her
Жаль, что не
face.
вспомнил имя. Двигаемся дальше.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachals that...
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
Ты смог разглядеть синяки через оптический прицел?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Тоже красная проверка. Ты убил ее, потому что хотел наказать ее?
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her. You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the boy. Made a little love nest up there. Sweaty linen and...
A red-haired woman? Ruby.
That kind of thing is fine by the party. So it's fine by me. But it goes...
Seems like the answer was yes.
У тебя были чувства к этой женщине?
There's nothing to hold on to.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there.
Были другие?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Поэтому ты оставил цветы.
No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. If you came 10 years ago, I would have...
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes.
Так, не знаю, можно ли будет вернуться к этому диалогу потом? Ладно, сейчас попробую пройти проверку.
It quickly comes to you.
Эти синяки у нее на теле. Ты случайно рассмотрел их не через дыру в стене?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ты когда-нибудь видел ее через окно?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Ты бывал в секретном проходе?
I've been through all of Martinez.
Как он добрался до этого секретного прохода? Там же через зал, через кухню нужно пройти.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to... You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hours are good.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
I got that open a long time ago.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging...
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Zoss. The dried flowers that were...
What about them?
There. He's already admitted to it. Just...
Ты оставил у нее под окном высохшие ландыши?
Did?
Он же это признал.
It was a mistake. I was there one night and she was crying. The day after I... Yes. I don't know what. Maybe if you...
In the silence.
И так получается, что дело было вовсе не в нем, а в ней.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Сбежала. Но помогла нам найти это место. Она поняла, что из крепости за ней кто-то наблюдает.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, cold rain falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome. A cocoon suspended. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, but smaller. He knew she knows. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air.
Я снова хочу спросить о людях, которые тебе не нравятся.
His lip curls into a sneer at the memory.
Так, логика, да?
Glad we talked about what?
Логика и самообладание нужны.
I ain't gone.
Так, значит, проверку самообладания сначала пройду.
Despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there. For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life.
Игра, ты издеваешься, 97% шанс успеха был.
He seems surprisingly fit. He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished.
Ну, это хотя бы не красная проверка. Такой идиотизм.
The old man stares despondently at. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition.
Он держится, на удивление, неплохо.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas.
Стимулирует. Что?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares.
Деменция?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid. Keen.
Ты вообще в порядке? Память не подводит?
No, I'm not okay. I
Он же говорил, что у него провал в памяти.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too. The old man stares. His lip curls into a sneer at them. The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water.
20 лет назад, когда ты встречался с Эдгаром, семья Клэров еще не руководила профсоюзом, так? Так ведь?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark then.
Он, наверное, убил предыдущего председателя, девушку. Кто руководил?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor and money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Кроме того, она была женщиной, так? Как классе.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked.
Откуда он знает какую-то Барбару? А потом она просто исчезла.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away.
No, that's not...
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter.
No, I guess it was not.
Ты готов поклясться, что угли под его взглядом снова полыхнули. Эдгар попросил кого-то позвонить вместо нее. Почему?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Почему она не могла сам позвонить?
Because she was dead.
Как?
Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal, grasping her tit and drowned. All bled. She was going home, waddling. Dressed in yellow, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt.
Ты убил ее. Точнее, ты ее застрелил.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is... nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on
a degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian.
Но ведь это ты сделал.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8. 40. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled. Glad we talked about what?
The old man stares.
Иосиф, вы арестованы за убийство Элиса.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Что-то скрывает.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Стоп. Восприятие нужно. Что ты сохранился? О, повезло, и так прошел проверку.
As it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Тихо, Ким, ты слышишь?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this...
Голос старика тонет в внезапно налетевшем порыве ветра.
Your skin crawls.
Живой тростник.
delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Моргнуть.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
Что это такое?
What are you talking about?
Об огромном палочнике.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Нет, есть, я же вижу.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in
Почему Ким молчит? Ким, ты это видишь?
I can see it.
Тоже видит.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Зачем ты подходишь к нему?
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape break. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Внимательно прислушаться. Это австралийский фазмит.
It is.
Шепчет лейтенант у тебя за спиной. Ты слышишь, как со знакомым звуком расстегивается молния его куртки. Медленно, очень медленно. Хочешь сфотографировать?
The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully.
Это точно его не спугнет?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Подожди пока.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
На мне феромон, я могу к нему подойти.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Тихонько сказать ему что-нибудь. Например... Привет.
The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. It is incredibly light, like the slightest gust of wind should blow it away. But it does.
Не бойся.
Nothing changes in the cyclical brain.
Не понимаю, да?
Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
Осторожно приблизиться.
Slowly, with your breath held,
Приятно.
2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you.
Надеюсь, этот фазмит травоядный.
Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Она меня обнюхивает.
Maybe it is real, the pheromone.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Здравствуй, меня зовут Гарри.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam.
Не нравится мне эта пена.
Stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Он не откусит мне голову, если я встану на цыпочки. Ладно, была не была.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Ему у него пена идет.
Careful, it may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Медленно поднять руку.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Даже не знаю, поднимать второй или нет. Допустим, подниму.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Не молись мне, ничтожество.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tough. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Да, есть шанс, что он хочет меня съесть. Скажи, что ты делаешь? Внутренняя империя. Существует. Я тоже.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Я болен.
What is your illness?
Болезнь тела.
I smelled it. As soon as you stepped on the island. Strawberries. Fresh bursts of red strawberries. Ripe, turning riper. Soon you'll be rotten. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness. Being intruded upon. Transient. Dim. Moist.
Что ее прерывает?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
В расширенном издании добавляют диалог. Я рад, что я таков, каков есть. Необычайно чувствительный инструмент.
of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in the foreplay. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror.
Если я скажу, что я хочу быть им, он не съест ли он меня? Сначала было страшно, непонятно, но теперь я собрался.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in the sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Ест только растения. Это хорошо.
In honor of your will, Lieutenant Euphrator, that you kept from falling apart in the face of sheer terror.
Правда, весь этот диалог может быть только в голове у главного героя. И на самом деле этот Фазмит хочет меня все-таки съесть. Я сыщик.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Я был рожден, чтобы найти тебя.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. I dithered out of sight.
Это мой шедевр.
Myself in greenery. No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
Это сон?
No. You're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Откуда она берется? Вот это все, что нас окружает. Мир?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Не, ну может существо и существует, но сам диалог может быть у главного героя самим собой. Ну раз уж Ким тоже видит это насекомое. Но при этом он сейчас молчит, не участвует в диалоге. Тогда остается лишь колотить по нему кулаками день за днем, без надежды на ответ.
You can also eat it. If he's a leaf, you can put it in
Только меня не кушай.
Yum yum.
Кушай лучше листочки. Что это такое?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions.
Больно много он знает о людях.
Accidentally discovered by a detective of the cities in Malaysia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Ты чудо?
No. You are the miracle.
С чего вдруг?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Что такое серость?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
У меня нет такой силы.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing.
Как?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Почему хуже?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Да, я хочу моргнуть и отменить 12 миллиардов лет расширения материи.
Simian Butcher. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Ким, скажи, я сейчас переживаю жесткий эпилептический припадок?
It doesn't look like that, no.
А на что похоже?
You're just staring at it.
Ну, Ким нас не слышит, да? Тогда, кажется, у меня видение о судьбе человечества.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Нет, я же сказал, к чему это имеет отношение к нашей судьбе.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
Пришло время прощаться. У меня больше нет мыслей. Закончились?
No, there is one more.
Скажу, что он добрый. Из всех существ, что я встречал, ты самая добрая.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For freedom.
А бывшей жене говорит. Я постараюсь.
She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Ну ладно, фотографируй.
Окей.
А ты не убивай меня. Раздается тихий металлический скрежет. Лейтенант медленно открывает объектив и подносит камеру к глазам.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Очертания существа медленно проявляются на фотобумаге, которую он держит в руке. Полихромный призрак, тонкая белая фигура на фоне тростника и неба, и тенью перед ней ты. Похоже на лезвие лапок. Страшно такое трогать. Усик или лапка? Ладно, усиком для начала.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Посмотреть на палец.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you
Лизать не буду.
frozen.
Так, погладить лапку.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Провести вверх.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. Here, within the smooth white inner part of its limb, you sense something very intimate.
Лейтенант, она думает конечностями.
The nervous system could be spread out like that, over the extremities, like a cuttlefish.
Or a rhyocinta, an occidental leaf insect, with its brain stored in 4 leaf-like extensions. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Медленно попятится.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
По воде ходит.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
Кстати, а пара ведь уехала уже, да? Из отеля, который искала этого фазмида.
And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
Что за коллекция?
It's gone.
Она умеет ходить по воде?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Что там в тростнике?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
Этот мужик ничего не видел.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Паспорт классе. Вот кто его забрал.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Немного изменила свое имя.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
Осмотреть фотографию?
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Что он делает в гнезде фазмида?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Я думаю, его оставил фазмид.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
Здесь сказано Катажина Elysium.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember, I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now.
Она обманула нас. Хотя, может, это не настоящий паспорт.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
И как же ее зовут на самом деле?
But it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, Detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
What is it? What do you want from me?
Something is very wrong with him now.
Послушай, как ты можешь его не видеть?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Помахать рукой.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
Может, ему управляет Фазмит?
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Что на него нашло?
Old age and shock.
Думаю, виноват Фазмит.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Когда я оценил его состояние, мне показалось, что его что-то стимулирует. А благодаря этому тростнику Фазмиду мог нормально говорить с нами до этого. Как только Фазмид ушел, мужику опять стало хуже.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Возможно, источником этой стимуляции был Фазмид.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
Он его не видел?
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Возможно, именно так Фазмиду и удавалось оставаться незамеченным все эти годы.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief.
Может, и мы забудем встречу с ним?
But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Да, ты забываешь о его присутствии.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
Не может даже сказать тростник.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57.
Он провел здесь очень много времени. Кто знает, как долго Фазмид был рядом.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Мы кое-что нашли в гнезде Фазмида.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him.
Показать паспорт.
Perhaps you should. No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirits.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Отдыхай.
A plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Как бы он, не знаю, не умер тут. Где тут проход назад?
ICN? This feels familiar somehow.
Что такое ОГ?
Insulindian Citizens Militia.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RC, it's impossible.
Nice. It's going to be hard to say.
They were Insulindian.
Sounds an awful lot like.
No.
With its horns in.
No.
A DeLorean era sim.
After one of these barrels.
The skiff is swaying.
Lex, we are done here.
The skiff rocks gently, but for the sound of you reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Где рыбачка?
Look what the tide brought him.
Какой этажан? А, это эти копы.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared. This is the man with sunglasses from the whirling in rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Броня. Кажется, она никого не смущает.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Да, я коп в чертовом экзоскелете.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Погодите-ка, это человек в темных очках.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
Да забудь об этом, послушай.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Вы кто такие?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Kemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Оставляешь меня на растерзание?
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Что происходит?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trans, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
Кого ты называл засранцем?
You. Shit kid. That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Откуда вы узнали, где меня искать?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
После всей моей помощи Сильвии. Предательство.
Shit kid. He didn't betray you. He just told us the direction you went in. Who's Sylvie?
Силви — это девушка, с которой я свел Герта. Кроме того, я спас его заведение.
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building.
Надо было сжечь граффити.
Blood.
Это дело рук одного малолетнего преступника.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
Ты вовсе не человек в темных очках, ты даже не блондин.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Если бы ты был менее саркастичным, я, может, и узнал бы тебя.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Не люблю, когда мне врут.
I didn't lie to you. No one lies to you. You were so fucked up on booze you couldn't recognize your own partner.
Так, Трент Хельман на самом деле оказывается внештатным консультантом Трент Хедлистом.
Yes, I'm Tran Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Tran Heilestam.
А что там был за ребенок с тобой?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Да ну, а как насчет занимательной истории? Ты шпионил за мной?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
И что же ты тут внештатно консультируешь?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Ты ни разу не обмолвилась о том, что ты не женщина с лошадиным лицом.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
Мы по-прежнему друзья, просто у меня с головой проблемы.
Okay. Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Опять меня развели. Все выдают себя за год другого.
Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Садовница, лидер антистачников, теперь это... Пернусский лейтенант. Ты-то хоть бы... Ты-то хотя бы не притворяешься кем-нибудь другим?
Yes, I'm still Kinkisulagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Ты говорил что-то о спецотряде.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Да, точно, я понял. Подразделение по расследованию особо тяжких преступлений.
He doesn't remember.
See? He really doesn't remember. It wasn't a sick joke. At least that's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
И где вы были все это время?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
И почему же вы бросили божественного полицейского?
You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
Ничего такого не припоминаю.
Bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Возможно, все дело в этой аномалии в цехе, в 2-миллиметровой прорехе в реальности.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Человек-краб. Я объясню все позже, но есть еще один человек, который потерял память. Человек-краб.
Crabman is an unfortunate choice of words, but I was there. The church on the coast shook from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic, or perhaps either way, I have put this into my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain.
Предатель.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Isolari and anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. What has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red. Honestly,
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
Да?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger. Those cases were hard.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then...
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major
Не
production?
доверяет мне
Is he a
эксперт.
cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Он ошибается, я уже гожусь для работы.
Agreed, Harry. Just don't expect us to get you a disability pension. Cops who actually gave a shit are waiting in line. You're not gonna hog their seat.
Что теперь?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Стоять столбом. Серьезно?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Я угнал Джейкоб. Текила Сансет, я еще в канал сигнал, между прочим.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Jump the canal. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Вот оно.
He squints at it, suspiciously, trying to ascertain if it's not a blue candy wrapper or a piece of vinyl.
Okay, and your gun?
What is it with all these material objects?
Не веришь, что я все нашел? Пистолет. Я улучшил свой пистолет, теперь это винтовка. Пистолет? Узри весь мой арсенал. Мне теперь рук не хватает. Показать ему 2 пистолета и 2 винтовки.
I don't care about your collection, you hoarding freak. Is one of them your service weapon? I only want to know about that one gun.
Да, вот оно.
He has it. I thought it was in the ocean. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
Я не терял свой пистолет, он при мне.
We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth.
Я сейчас стресс. И в последние несколько дней не пил. Сначала игра, на самом деле. То есть то, что я нашел свой пистолет, не имеет значения?
You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum.
Я не пьян.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Не знаю, что там чувствуешь, я смыл с себя смерть.
The man doesn't reply, but his expression, "You should have done a better job," is what it's saying.
Может, это из-за феромона?
Detective, please. Don't start talking about your pheromone again. This is serious. If you don't...
Я не о тех феромонах, подруга. Да, мне пришлось иметь дело с настоящим трупом.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Отказаться от ее ареста было правильным решением, она поделилась важнейшей уликой, которая привела нас на остров. Или первый вариант вообще, про шпионку. Пусть будет второй. Хотя ладно, про шпионку скажу.
Well, if she was specially trained, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself, or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with...
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
А еще я раскрыл дело, оно раскрыто целиком и полностью.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's so true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
Предатель.
It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He grinds. He makes the real. He's a visionary and a money engineer, which is just... Other still, he is also a full-blown fascist. An ultra-nationalist, woman-hater,
Какой нафиг
more
фашист?
than a little racist, which I guess goes well with the grind. I do not know, but he is vocal about both beliefs. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
Наконец-то начал мне ходить.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Rain comes down. He covers the glossy photo of the phasmid with his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Так что, как видишь, я довольно неплохой детектив и невероятный визионер.
Fucking hell. Is that...
Detective?
Блин, случайно помотал. Это как-то связано с расследованием. Он не обращает на тебя внимания, все еще разглядывая Фазмида. Да, по моему мнению, феромоны, которые выделяет это существо, вызвали психическую деградацию убийцы.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
Жан уже потерял дар речи.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Еще организовал ночной клуб в церкви. А еще этот Фазмид самка, у нее гнездо в тростниках.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
В своем гнезде Фазмид хранил собранные вещи. Внимание, паспорт.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
На самом деле, это мог быть и самец.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
Все-таки там должен был быть еще и шлем, да? Который я не нашел. Мне кажется, их способ размножения партеногенез.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Фазмид мне сказал.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense, yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
Его нервная система, возможно, располагается в его длинных конечностях.
Like the cephalopods? Phasmids, I think, only have nerves in their heads and abdomens, though. There is a correlation between invertebrate size and intelligence. Was it?
No, I wouldn't say it was...
Она действовала осмысленно.
At that size, this creature would have a lot of surface area to put neurons into. It's basic geometry.
Его жвала выглядели как волосы, и внутри оно было абсолютно белым.
Yes, but also red-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest.
Without it.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment.
Еще я организовал клуб.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Угу. А еще я обнаружил там доселе неизведанный энтропонический феномен. 2-миллиметровую прореху в реальности.
Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Убийца Андрос. Мы знаем, что у него серьезный мотив.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Он его знает? Матроне времен революции.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist act. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's...
So, it is what a soldier...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of...
Of course, excuse me, I just...
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Либо третий, либо первый вариант. Он убил из ревности.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for...
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And
Когда-то мы успели провести экспертизу.
Confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Это нечто гораздо большее. Все складывается идеально, как фазмид.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It will pass in time.
Предыдущий руководитель профсоюза Дебардер был убит нашим подозреваемым.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it.
Не разрешил ситуацию с забастовкой.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see a red banner.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the union desires war. At which point Mrs. Messier did...
What? Hand clear the terminal.
Я нашел гениальное решение для неразрешимой проблемы.
Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul.
Может быть.
Maybe. Certainly. You're Everclear's go-to guy now. Here's a mob boss, did you know? Is that why you want us to investigate the assassination of the previous union head thing?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone anything. This allowed us to stabilize things in Martinez.
God, calm down, Jean.
Еще я нашел труп на пирсе, раскрыл дело о пропавшем человеке.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
Откуда вы узнали, что я его нашел?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
Еще я расследовал тайну проклятой торговой зоны.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Коммерческое здание, в котором банкротятся все компании, я изучил этот вопрос.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Я конфисковал наркотики у отца Куно.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything...
Ну что скажешь, хочешь, чтобы эта горячая штучка вернулась?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Погоди, прежде чем мы пойдем, я хочу задать несколько вопросов о том, кто я такой.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Так, я коррумпированный коп, который работает на Лапута?
No.
Нет. Потому что подозреваемая, кажется, думала...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of... I told you it's not that bad.
Кто?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Инструктором по физподготовке предпринимателям?
No, a regular one.
Это много объясняет.
It explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Коллекцию спортивной одежды Phellon, которую я собрал.
The church floor, which honestly was just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
О боже, контактный миг.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
В Короне я был инструктором по физподготовке.
Yes, you towed gym in Corn. I believe that's the term.
The smell of sweat and glue. Kuro is just east of Jamro. It was a short...
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Asel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Я бы не сказал, что я хорошо с ним общался. Когда это был?
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then.
Так, про контактного Мика.
It is getting cold out.
Бедняга замерзла. Почему я поступил на службу?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. Oh.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to...
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Почему я такой?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Ее звали Дора?
Yeah. Dora England, I think.
Not Dora Dubois.
Дора Ингерлунд?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people...
То есть мы даже не были женаты?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Когда это было?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
Шесть лет.
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old
Кем она
man
была?
thing. Too incredibly bangable.
Это и так понятно.
Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Фазмит, я должен как можно скорее сказать о нем Лене.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113
Она криптозоолог.
Road.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for them.
She is going to be over the moon.
41. Что это за участок?
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Captain Price.
You've been kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
А Прайс это...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Торсон и Маклейн?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though. Torsen and McLean.
Я так понимаю, это легендарный дуэт.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
Отдел С.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
А мы случайно в последнее время не обстреливали церковь?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Что случилось? Что нам там понадобилось?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot.
То есть я служу в участке кровавых убийств?
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore. Faubourg, technically, but...
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Лейтенант Кицураги, что ты теперь будешь делать?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
О чем?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Не хочешь заняться этим в 41-м участке?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
Нет, я имею в виду заняться расследованием. Переводись в 41-й.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
This truly came as a surprise.
Поддурочка.
Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Я готов.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price points his pen at the doctor. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Все. Просто сквозь дверь. Села в машину. Есть звук открывания двери, но сама дверь не открылась. Так, еще и титры, что не пропустить. Придется подождать, пока не закончится. В целом диск Elysium мне понравился. Единственное, что здесь дофигища пустых диалогов. Слишком много всяких вставок. Почему говно? Ну и странно, что здесь графические баги не поправлены. Даже в этом переиздании. Ну, наподобие вот этих дверей, которые не открывались. В одном месте там человек сквозь перила прошел 2 раза у меня. То есть в игре вроде по анимации почти нет заскриптованных, но те, что есть, кривовато сделано. Баги? Так, сходу особо ничего не вспомню. Ну, кроме того, что герой там, не знаю, сквозь некоторые объекты проходил. То, что сквозь в них, так сказать, вылезал. Игра вроде не вылетала. В паре мест немного системный текст был. Управлялся. Это уже косяки локализации. Ну и, например, описание некоторых вещей нормально сделано на русском. Там просто написано, что ошибка на английском. Но если переключиться на английскую локализацию, там все нормально. Ну и самый большой плюс игры то, что здесь дофига навыков, которые работают, но зря не сделали привязку к рандому. Очень раздражало, когда фейлились проверки там с 90 плюс шансом, ну либо 80 плюс. Может, титры можно хотя бы как-нибудь ускорить, нет? Давненько мне попадались игры, где нельзя пропустить титры. Концовка, да, в принципе, нормально. Ну, в том плане, что она элементарно неожиданно. Убийцу до самого конца игры не показывают. Ну, во время прохождения можно поломать себе голову, кто настоящий убийца. Посомневаться в разных теориях. Единственное, что можно было обойтись без прям фантастики. Ну, в духе вот этого фазмида. Ну, сама сценка была прикольная. Я еще, к сожалению, проводил переговоры с кораблем. Там, может, тоже было бы что-нибудь забавное. Ну, что повлияло бы на концовку. Ну, как на концовку, на эпилог, на подведение итогов. переводчиков в игре не меньше, чем разработчиков. Причем переводчиков на каждый отдельный язык. Ну, я не хочу его разыгрывать через Alt F4. Но вдруг хотя бы напишу что-нибудь в духе «спасибо за прохождение» и так далее. Ну, я уже дождусь. Думаю, недолго уже осталось. Максимум минуты 2. Раз уж переводчики пошли. Русские локализаторы. Ну, у нас, кстати, мало переводчиков было. Особое спасибо. А чё так мало имен? Я думал, тут будет целая простыня. Там имен 50 каких-нибудь тестеров. Ну и тех, кто финансово их поддержал. Хотя диск Elysium ведь разработчики сами финансировали, да? Они через Kickstarter или еще какой-нибудь подобный сервис. В тех играх обычно список особых благодарностей огромный. Кстати, из минусов игра точно бы не помешала нормальная система быстрого перемещения по локации. То есть там как бы быстрое перемещение есть, как бы его и нет. Потому что тебе там определенную локацию нужно прийти, чтобы переместиться. В общем, из-за этого много лишней беготни. Ну, понятно, что они не совсем сами, но, как сказать, сами привлекли инвесторов. Да, они собирали деньги с игроков. Ладно, все. На этом на сегодня закончу. Во что завтра буду играть без понятия. Может, в Страже Галактики. Побегаю, постреляю, подерусь. Кинцо посмотрю. Все, всем спасибо за внимание. Удачи, хорошего настроения.